Okay, so we started building out some of this, right? And yeah, writing to the file. Yeah, so this is actually going to change up a bit. Um, oh yeah, power mode doesn't seem to be on. Did I forget to install power mode? We have to turn it on. Yeah, good call. I don't like the shake though. Exactly. Yep, for sure. Yeah, thanks, CVS. I appreciate that. And hey, what's up, Web Dev 2? I think I switched to OrbStack, but we're not using Docker much right now. OrbStack was what BG from Alt F4 Stream recommended. And hey, what's up, Swafford? How you doing? And yeah, we're gonna stick with synchronous operations for now. Oh, actually, you know what? We might as well go async. Uh, yeah, it does seem smoother. Looks like we have a bug with JSTS biscuits because it shouldn't be annotating that right there. Hmm. Yeah, definitely a bug. And then yeah, this is lob path. Yep, and pattern can pass in like that just fine. So then we want to bring in path from path. So then this is path dot parse. I learned it on the fly when I learned Angular. It wasn't that painful to use. Exactly, Cotter. Like, what was painful about TypeScript back then? Do you have any specific anecdotes, or are you just clinging to some vague memory? My guess is you're conflating that pain with the pain of learning RxJS for the first time, which is a very different thing. That is so vague. Like, come on. You mean you had a lot of type issues in your code? Yeah, TypeScript, that's not TypeScript's fault. What's up, Khalid? We're building something to help generate Mermaid diagrams for backend endpoints. Once you have a Mermaid diagram generated, you can actually analyze whether you have timing attacks or, maybe flaws in your logic. So here's my current thought. If a user passes a glob that resolves to a specific file, hold on, let's do this. And instead of path parts, we're going to call this parsed path. So then we're going to have a value. We're going to call it let should generate. And we don't want to do it for file path. We want to do it for parsed path. Wait, how do we tell if it's a file or a directory? We want lstat sync. And yeah, instead of glob sync, it returns a promise no matter what. Nice. Wait. What's the deal? Hold on. That was it. I put that in the wrong place. Am I using solid.js for this? No, this is just TypeScript. All right, so that's where we write to the file. This part I'm less certain of. Oop. Okay, that looks formatted now. All right, so we got a parsed path, and then in here we're gonna have const stats is equal to that. Now hold on. What is the difference between stat and lstat? And lestat is a totally different thing. Aha! Okay, so lstat doesn't follow symlinks. And I think that's actually the desired behavior. Yeah. You like that vampire lestat joke? Damn right. Man, Interview with a Vampire was such a good damn movie. Right? It had something for everyone. Like, like when you're young, you're like, oh, it's got Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt in it. Oh, it's a chick flick. And then you actually watch it, and it's badass. Like, dude, it's so good. Right? When Brad Pitt goes like animal style at the end with the scythe. Whoo, that shit was dope. I want this to be a little more explicit. So we're going to say false by default, and then and what's up, Array of Hope? How you doing? Doing well. Um, exists does not exist on type FS promises. Oh, that's node 10. I wish there was an easier way to select our version. Oh, so it's deprecated. What do they recommend you use instead? Use stat or access. Ah. So if the file exists, we don't necessarily want to generate yet. Yeah, I'm getting more music going. Give me a second, man. Right, we would parse the Mermaider file. All right, so here's my main thought. Hmm. All right, anyway. So, right, and the complexity of this is getting pretty high. Yeah, so I want users to be able to pass a glob for specific files they care about. That is probably the way I'm going to use it for one of my projects. I also want them to be able to pass a glob or possibly just a directory in which they define a Mermaider file, and that Mermaider file could have globs. So theoretically, you could run it at the root level where the default path that you're running is just the current folder you're in. It would then detect a Mermaider file within that current folder, and that could have globs that you're using. You could also pass it a list of directories, and within those directories, you might have globs or just a single file you're pointing to. For now, a Mermaider file is just going to be a list of paths. In the future, right, like from like a version 1 to a version 2, we might decide that a user could have JSON config inside of a Mermaider file, and then we'd just do like a parse of that file. And if it fails to parse, then we assume that it's the older single line version. I think I like that. What that means, though, is that I might want to break up how we're doing this pathing, right? So really, we would have files to be analyzed. The tricky part is that this thing could end up becoming recursive in like a crazy way. Yeah, we got to make sure that Space Case makes it into. Oh, you sent Space Case 1 as well? Nice. Yeah, because it'd be a shame to lose that. Like, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Like, that's trickier for Thanksgiving and all that. So, all y'all family people, little bit trickier. And yeah, hold up. Let me get some fresh tea. These are the tea bags from yesterday. Dogs don't require too much. Nice. I mean, obviously, you're cooking a turkey just for your dogs, yeah? And yeah, if turkeys are incredibly cheap Friday morning, I don't know. I could do a turkey this weekend or something. All right, got the tea steeping. There you go, some chicken. Nice. All right, so should generate actually doesn't matter to us anymore. So then it's just we push the file path. Then if it's a directory, we check for a Mermaider file within that same directory. And yeah, this does end up getting recursive. So I'm going to want to pull out the recursive part of it. No, hold on. I could probably simplify the hell out of this thing if I opted to force the user, like in a Mermaider file, all of your globs have to resolve to files. Yeah, no, I don't know. I trying to think of just like the complexity of this. If we enforce that a Mermaider file can still be globs inside of it, but they are required to point to files, that does simplify things quite a bit. And we could always make it recursive later. Yeah, I like that. So then, yes, if the path that we're passing to analyze path, if that ends up being a directory, then we go and we parse this, and then parsing the Mermaider file. Hold on, we can get rid of that. right? So we get the Mermaider file contents. It's not going to be JSON yet. Mermaider file entries. Right, so we split that. Mermaider path. Parsed Mermaider path? Or right, so then we would do this. Path.parse entry. No. Right, so then we do that. And then this is a path.resolve of wait promise.all. The glob here. And really, I don't think we do this. Okay, and then this is const resolved or globbed. Globbed Mermaider file entries, and then here const flattened globbed Mermaider file entries. Right, so we'll do an await promise.all on this. This is where we do a flatten of it, and then we do a map of it. So then if right, and then otherwise we just don't return anything. And hold on. And then this is const filtered flattened globbed Mermaider file entries. It's starting to feel like iOS, isn't it? And then files to analyze. There we go. So then, yes, all that gets awaited. Files to analyze file. Right, we're going to map over those. We'll just return this. What was that file animation? You mean the little spinning clippy guy? That's part of power mode. So yeah, what we'll do here is we don't necessarily need to do that await because it'll be processed for us at the end. And yeah, when we analyze a file, we just want to get the result back. Did we win? You mean for the hackathon? Voting is still going. So if you haven't voted yet, there's still time for anyone out there joining us. I'd really appreciate it if you went and voted. That'd be pretty cool. Thinking Saturday I'll do maybe a Reddit post for like show off Saturday. I think that'll be a good idea. And yeah, how you doing, Hausa, Mr. Sir? I think I like what we got going so far. Yeah, we're gonna need to start testing this here in a minute. And we're gonna want to think about what the like return result is. And what up, Melted Fire? Wait, what's up? Oh, I think you meant to type command or whatever. Or did you mean champagne? I don't have any champagne, but I do have some whiskey. Campaign. Sure. Yeah, a little bit. It really is getting close. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll probably end up going to pick up some more tonight because I expect the store to be closed tomorrow. String with the brackets means an array of strings. So a user can pass a single glob path or multiple glob paths to this function, and then we will glob based on that. But real quick, hold on. Let me go use the restroom. BRB, 1 sec. All right. Oh, I just didn't switch to it. It was such a quick restroom break. I definitely have it. I just I don't switch to it as often as I should probably. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll do another one of these. We'll try and not overdo it like we did yesterday. I know it is good. Yeah, yeah, I like that one. And yeah, nobody reaching out for anything for work. Bag of Skittles. What? What are we building? We are building a GitHub action and technically like a CLI tool to generate. You pour the Skittles in there? I've never done that before. I think I'm good on that. Hey, thanks Moshiko. Thanks for the vote. But yeah, basically this is to generate mermaid diagrams for backend endpoints and save them to like the folder that they're in. That way people onboarding to a new project can see that backend endpoint's logic, and if they are changing it, then you can actually get a diff of like the original mermaid diagram and the new one. So then you can also kind of like determine if there is a major difference between them. And we haven't started scaffolding out like what we care about within this. Like, what is the config we're going to want people to pass us, right? Yeah. The idea is to automate this as much as possible, but still allow you to do things like build the mermaid diagram and check it for vulnerabilities such as a timing attack. The problem is that it pretty much always determines there's a potential timing attack. So that part we'll have to like fine tune the prompting, I think. But bare minimum, being able to generate the mermaid diagram is probably worth it. Well, that's what I'm saying. We're going to pass it to Claude, and Claude pretty much always says there's a potential timing attack, even when there isn't. So we'd have to like really fine tune the prompting for it. No, I'm not going to build my own AI. No. That is way outside the scope. So, yeah, these function names, I think, need to be a little more specific. Generate mermaid from text. Generate mermaid from file. Generate mermaid from path. So then, yeah, these always just give us a, like, this is going to give us back a string, but a promise of a string. And then that should give us, yep, a promise string. Yep, yep. So all that gets inferred for us. I think I still want to be explicit about it, though. That way, if it ever changes, then I know I've got a bug. All right, so this is generating the mermaid like diagram, but it's not actually rendering the mermaid diagram. And we're also not writing to the file for it, which I think is the right path for now. So we need to bring in mermaid as a dependency. There we go, JavaScript API. Internet Explorer not supported? How dare they? They, hmm. Okay, this might be the right way to do it. There we go. Here we go. So yeah, syntax validation. We can parse it. Yeah. We'll just bring it in. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. So it's going to give us the result there. Uh, wait, what did I do here? I broke something. And yeah, result here. We just return result.text. So it's going to give us the mermaid out. What we want is maybe like a render mermaid function. So hold on. ID text SVG containing element we don't care about. And then it generates an SVG for us, and we would render that. Yeah, no worries, Swish. Have a good one. So hold on. There's ID and text. What is ID used for? Oh, we probably want get diagram from text. And then what is a diagram? A diagram is then... Hold on. Wait, where the hell is render result? Aha, okay. So yeah, render result would then give us an SVG value as well as diagram type, which I think is fine. So yeah, just what we care about there is the SVG. Can we just pass an empty ID? How about this? We'll do, let me get more music going. We'll pass in a file path. And then this can just be file path. Um, yeah, we'll leave that for now. Or let's just call it render result. Sure. A little loud. There we go. Yeah, so I think that's good enough for what we're doing right now. From here, we kind of want to create some tests. And they're going to be like rudimentary tests. We're not even going to use like a runner or anything like that. And here in fixtures, we're going to have rawfile.ts. We're also going to have a directory. And inside directory, we're going to have source. Oh. And we'll just yeah, we're going to fire up Walter. And then here in the API, we're going to grab just one of these endpoints. Sure. We'll grab the auth directory. And then here we're going to have a .mermaider file. In this .mermaider file, we're going to have */ index.ts. Okay, and then here in raw file, we'll just grab any one of these endpoints. Let's just say sure. Yes, exactly, Frank. Yes, the idea would be to generate mermaid diagrams for all of your API endpoints automatically, and then theoretically even like, up to the user, but check those into your source control. And then when the mermaid diagram itself changes, it's an easier way of validating some of that logic instead of just a simple like looks good to me looking at the code, right? So it's a way of just improving like the PR review process. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not much into like LLMs and AI stuff, but generating mermaid diagrams is one of like the killer things that I think I like using LLMs for. And then theoretically, you could even ask an LLM like, "Hey, is there a potential timing attack?" or various things like that. But that's maybe a stretch goal. I think for now, our current step is just render out the mermaid diagram, to a text file and an SVG file, and then we can compare. All right, so then here in tests. All right, so console.log mermaid text. Sure. And that'll be all we need for now, at least. And we'll comment this one for now. But yeah, how you doing, Frank? I didn't get a chance to watch your presentation for GitCon. I did do the whole like MC thing where we were like, "Oh, thanks, Frank. Really appreciate that talk. We learned a lot. Blah blah blah. Here comes the next talk." Like we recorded those bits, so that's fun. But yeah, I haven't actually seen your talk yet. And real quick, Lupin and Tony Creates, thank you all for the follows. Welcome. All right, so one thing over here in source. How do we configure our Anthropic API key with the Vercel AI stuff? You had fun doing the talk? Nice. Yeah, I forget what the topic was. And yeah, real quick for everyone out there, if you haven't seen it yet, I would really appreciate your votes over on the Solid Hack Hackathon for Giphium, a tool I made. Good job, Nightbot. It was about Copilot. Cool. And yeah, just in case you haven't seen it yet, Frank, I'm pretty sure you have. We've got this tool called Giphium. We go in and we can generate a GIF of animating between the two states of code, right? We generate it into a GIF here, and you can save that GIF and upload it to something like Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever. Technically, Blue Sky doesn't support GIFs yet, but we will support video. We just can't update the code that's on production right now because, you know, code freeze for the Solid Hackathon voting. So once voting is done here in like 5 days or so, then I can push up the video aspect and all that stuff. How do you set the two states? That's over here on snippets. So you'd set your beginning state and your ending state. And then, yeah, you can configure, you know, the background color. You can change the theme. Now, you might run into issues with ad blockers, right? Main problem there is a language called Clarity, and ad blockers see Clarity and they think it's Microsoft Clarity, which they determine is like a tracker or something. So, yeah, that is fixed in our next branch as well, but we just can't push it yet. So yeah, simple but yet genius. And yeah, someone's eventually going to want us to do more than one step, right? So instead of start and end code, what if you could do 3 like steps between them? I'm curious how that would end up working? Like, do we just do step one, step two, step three, and then go back to step one? Or do we do step one, step two, step three, step two, step one, and like, bounce it? That I don't know. That one's trickier. We've had a user request more than one step, and we'd have to like ask them what they're looking for. But yeah, it's a fun idea. And if you could go vote over on the Solid Hack website, if you like it, that would help me out. Hey, thanks, Frank. Hey, and you made it, Space Case. Nice. Just want to double check. Yeah, it's a rare Wednesday stream for us. Uh, Wait, what do you mean? The star. Yeah. Yep. And you can vote for others too, right? So you're not limited to just starring one thing. So if you see other stuff in that list that you like, yeah, go ahead and click the star. Yeah, I made the whole project on stream. Yep. I don't work on side projects off stream, basically. Like, pretty much not at all. Has anyone here ever used the Vercel AI SDK? Well, Space Case, like, how did you do auth? Like, how did you pass your API key? That's like the only thing I'm looking for right now. I'm guessing it's just like an env var. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, their docs seem to be lacking anything related to that. I might have to go look at their example code. Ah, that's it. Okay. So that's if you're using OpenAI, but what if I'm using Anthropic? I'm going to guess it's just Anthropic API key. Oh, and I should have scoped it to the folder we were in. Yeah, it's got to be just like Anthropic, right? Yeah, Anthropic API key. Okay. So yeah, I think I found it, Space Case. No worries. Yeah, yeah, I did just find it. Had to do a fair bit of searching to find it, but we got there. Uh, okay, so hold on. The name of this key is going to be Mermaider. Okay, and there's no way to actually see it. Cool, cool. Um, what was what? The sound effect? Yeah, 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 yeah. We do sound effects when we switch scenes. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Okay. Oh, and I did that in the wrong place. Oh, that's annoying. Whatever. All right, so Anthropic API key. Let me copy just some other random thing. There we go. See, there's another sound effect. Ooh. And hold on, this is a VS Code setting I want to do. There we go. That way I don't accidentally click it. And here in package JSON, we're going to add a script. And this is sup. I don't think I want sub. It's TSX I'm looking for. Yeah. Now, have I installed TSX? Will it blend? No. Anthropic API key is missing because we didn't do that. Okay. So it's not quite what we want in our prompting, but man, it worked. That was cool. Yeah. All right. I didn't expect it to work that easily that quickly. Like a glove. I think we're good. Okay, so then from there in this test, that's our raw file. In here, what did we name that function? It was render mermaid. All right, let's see how this comes out. Interesting. So I think we want to do a different function Then mermaid.render. Get diagram from text. Oh, and we can just do diagram.from text. Okay. Hmm. I'm on Mac OS. Let me get more music going. Okay, so hold on. Oh, interesting. So we have to use Mermaid API. Hmm. So I definitely don't want to render this to a div at all. Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, it does look like mermaid.render should do it. Oh, I see. So we just got to create the element. That's annoying. Hmm. I think this is still going to fail because document's not defined. Yeah. Right, right. Yeah. Document.query selector wouldn't work there because document's not defined. Hmm. So it's still trying to render out to some DOM element. Wow, there's a lot of config options. Okay. Yeah, none of that looks right to me. Okay, so how are they doing it in here then? They're doing it inside of Puppeteer? Why? Hmm. Looks like just that's how we have to do it. Hmm. Okay, so if they require Puppeteer, that's fine. We can install the Mermaid CLI as a dependency. And then from there, rendering out to an SVG file is just separate. Hmm. Yeah, and my guess is that they need a browser instance because of the way that they're generating the SVG. They rely upon browser APIs for those SVGs, like new SVG element type stuff. It's just a little annoying. Okay. So yeah, that does change a little bit of how I want to architect this thing. If render mermaid isn't what we're looking for. It's almost like it needs to be a two-step process. Hmm. All right, so this is the core function or the core package. I think that core package then gets imported into other things. So we'll concentrate on the CLI tool first, and then turning it into a GitHub action is our next step after that. All right, so as far as this goes, um, hold on, let's go back to the package. We do need to build the package. Let's double check that before we do anything else. Oh, that's an interesting one. Does it pick that up? No. All right, let me go look at the docs for TSUP. All right, using a custom config. Aha. So interestingly, it's the DTS file that's no good. Well, that would be why that's not working. Okay, looks like that worked. All right, so then here we need to do an export. Oh, okay, hold on. How do we define this? So with TSUP, let's look at this. Package.json exports example. thought exports was the way to do that. I must be wrong. Aha, there it is. Okay, so it's exports dot, and then we do that as a nested thing. Make sure that still builds. Okay. So then up here in CLI, we want to bring in. Oh, did we not add commander here? Sure. Okay, so we got those dependencies. We also need to bring in. Let's look at this. Packages. What's the name of this package? We're calling it core. Oop, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay, cool. So it brought in our package just fine. Commander tsup. Oh, hold on. Those are not dev dependencies, though. Okay. And what I'm thinking is we may want to like namespace these. So it'll be like at Mermaider slash core, at Mermaider slash CLI, at Mermaider slash action. Okay, so that works fine. Cool. Okay, so now that we've got these set up, yeah, I've got some gray hair in my mustache. I'm 40, man. Actually, I want to make sure all this is MIT licensed. I'm pretty sure I have this command now. Let's double check that. Yep. For the most part, the camera itself doesn't matter nearly as much as the lens does. Right? The ZV-E10, it's all right. You know, I've got like a Canon R50 as well. That's not bad. But this Sigma 16 millimeter f1.4 lens, this is the thing that makes all of this work, right? Like, you know, the lighting I have and being able to like really get the shutter speed and all that stuff without having to blind myself with way brighter lights. Oh, that's fine. Works. No worries. Good looking out. Like, no one else told me I had something in my mustache? No, it's actually, I have a mole, like right there, and the hair just grows gray out of the mole. I don't know. Pretty sure that's like some of my only gray hair. Stuff coming out of the mole. And moles are just weird. But yeah, how's everyone's Thanksgiving Eve? Y'all having a good day? Hopefully you got all your shopping done. I'm gonna head to the grocery store after streaming today. Grab just some basic stuff. I'm not gonna grab like Thanksgiving stuff because ugh, no thank you. Maybe Friday morning I go and grab a like a cheaper turkey. And that could be worth it. Also sounds like a huge pain in the ass though. I don't think I even have a pan to cook it on. And honestly, I'm not a big fan of turkey. It's all right when someone else cooks it and you know you got it just as leftovers for sandwiches or something, or you make some soup from it or something. It's okay. I'm just yeah, eh. Now if ham is cheap, I will absolutely buy some ham. All right, so I guess here's one thing I want to check in the Vercel docs. What other providers do they support? Do they support Copilot? I don't think they do. So if we wanted to support Copilot with this, we'd have to do it separate, which is fine. Okay, so let's think about what our next steps are then. We're going to want to bring in Mermaid CLI, and we only bring that into the CLI tool. The action part we'll do like way later. Uh, yeah. I'm not in the core right now. If we scroll up, you can see the output. So yeah, basically we generate the sequence diagram. We can see the mermaid diagram itself, but we don't have the SVG that we would output to. And that's the part where we need to bring in Mermaid CLI because it needs to bring in Puppeteer. And I think in our core, that's where we'd also want to create the like the validator function of like, hey, is there a timing attack? And the CLI is really just a runner that then kind of like glues some of this stuff together and saves the files where we need it. And then the action is just wrapping the CLI basically. I think. Yeah, no worries, Khalid. Yeah, I don't know. We're hacking at it, just seeing what we can do. You can just build things, you know. So yeah, in this folder, that's where we need to add the Mermaid CLI dependency. And what's up, Tiago? How you doing? Um, yep. And hey, what's up, Fallen? So basically, what we're doing today is, yeah, we started out like scaffolding and building out the Mermaider logic yesterday. And oh, hold on, I've got a DM that I didn't notice. Okay, now we're good. Okay, cool. All right, so nothing I need to react to. But okay, so we're gonna do that, but we want this to do the whole crunch bang. Limit is not something we care about. Actually, hold on. Let me look at this. So yeah, options get parsed. So yeah, separator is not what we care about. This is going to be path. Let me go look at the commander docs. Switching to holiday mode. Nice. Okay, so maybe what we want to do is in the CLI, we want to split out multiple different commands. So we would define the program, give it a name, give it a description and a version. We would then create a command, and the command would be something like parse. And then another would be render. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, okay. So, yep, we're going to do basically this stuff. Which means we probably don't need to do... let me get more music going, though. You mean Thanksgiving Eve? It's not even Christmas yet. Come on, man. Yeah, switch into holiday mode? Hell yeah, X Factor. I'm doing the same, hence the whiskey. But yeah, anyone got any fun plans for the weekend? Like after the Thanksgiving shenanigans? Yeah, exactly, Melted Fire. Start packing for what? Oh, relocating back to your home country? Oh, that's... Is that good or bad? Are you looking forward to it, or is it just something you had to do? Oh, this is Four Roses. It's a good cheap whiskey. Something you're looking forward to? Nice. All right, so this is parse the files at specified paths into MMD files? Yeah, MMD files, mermaid diagram. Oh, hold on. All right, we'll start off very simple with it. There you go, Khalid. Nice fix. Yeah, the chili. It's great. The follow button. There you go. Yeah, no worries, Simon. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, so over here in core, I actually want to update this a bit. So here we get the text, and we're doing the generate from text. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. So I might be the wrong person to ask. All right, so hold on. We're going to pull this out to its height. Well, no, I didn't prevent it from happening because I'm procrastinating the procrastinating. Now, in a more serious note, you might want to start streaming because here on stream, I kind of just have to keep working. I can't just hop over to Reddit and doom scroll for hours. I can't just fire up some video game. Streaming is, it's fun. I love doing it, but I also do it because it keeps me on task. And because I don't work on any of my side projects off stream, it means that, well, yeah, on certain days where I don't necessarily want to stream, I end up streaming anyway because I end up wanting to work on the project anyway. So I get that like double motivation to start stream every day. Yeah, I would say for like side projects. For work stuff, I mean, the pressure of possibly not having a job if you don't get your work done should prevent a bunch of that procrastination. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely like a creature of habit. Only reason I got good at snowboarding is because I did it every day. Like I have to have a routine, basically. But yeah, I just like streaming and hanging out with y'all. Like this stuff's so fun. Yeah, it surprises me when people say they don't like, like streaming sounds terrifying or something. Like, why? You're just hanging out with people that actually want to hang out with you. That's easy. Besides the occasional troll. All right, so here's something. As I keep changing some of that stuff, I'm going to need to keep this folder open so that we can just rebuild it as we need. And I'm even going to create a watch command for it. This is Mac OS. All right, so then if we go into here, all right, so then API key is missing. Yeah, no, I appreciate the lurk. Real quick, hold on, Heinen. Have you checked out Giphium yet? Right before you get going, I got one thing I would really, really like you to help me out with. Okay, so you've seen Giphium. Have you voted for Giphium? If you haven't voted for Giphium on the Solid Hack website, I would really appreciate it if you did. Okay, so Giphium is the tool that we made recently. There are some bugs if you navigate to it with an ad blocker on. When you click next, it may fail because it's looking for, like it sees clarity in this list over here, and it thinks that it's some, like, you know, some tracker or something. There is plausible for like doing basic analytics, but there is no tracker for like, you know, anything like heavy like that. But you may need to disable your ad blocker on Giphium.com just in case. So if you do navigate to it, you can click and you can generate a GIF from that diff of 2 different code snippets. And it generates this GIF that you can then download and share to social media. Pretty cool, right? Once voting is over, we have a bunch of changes that we can push up, right? It's in a code freeze at the moment because, you know, like we're in the voting phase still. You would use it for social media. Like if you had a code snippet, like a library author or whatever, and you wanted to share how someone would update these things. Like it's for socially shareable stuff. You could also do it inside of presentations. So yes, it's a very niche thing, but people that need it end up needing it. Again, X Factor, we can't push anything to this. We can't do it. All right, we've fixed that one bug unless someone picks the word clarity. Theoretically, Heinen, that's like, you know, that's like the heavy-handed approach to it, but yeah. So yeah, X Factor, that bug is not a problem unless someone specifically picks clarity as their language. And I don't know if a banner is worth it for that. Like maybe if they select clarity, then we would do something, but that's a major edge case. I'd never even heard of the language called clarity before, you know? But for the most part, the bug is fixed in our next branch. We just can't merge that yet. You have your work credentials now. Yeah. When you're on your personal, that would be great. So yeah, no worries, Heinen. Yep. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate you. We'll see you again soon. Okay, so I can do this at the Finder level. Oh, but we can't because Finder is hiding dot files. So I guess Command Shift dot. There we go. Okay. Oh, and yep, we need to bring in .env. Okay, cool. So we get that logged out. We see diagrams, we see file path, and the diagram generated for it. Awesome. I think writing the diagram file is the responsibility of this. We have a command for that. And yeah, how you doing, Filter? Have you voted for Gifium yet? There we go. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, and 1 second, let me reply to this. Yeah. I'm glad the old Mac Mini lasted that long as well. Like, pretty pumped. All right, so we were able to generate this diagram. We need to actually save it somewhere. That part we don't do yet. We're probably going to end up getting throttled. So we're going to have to think about how we end up doing like some throttling of our HTTP requests. But right now we don't need to worry about that. We can be naive with it. All right, so we did the thing there. What we want to do now is const path parts. And yeah, this ends up being some Node.js stuff. So this is path dot parse. Yep, that's the content we write. And that part's fine to me. And then from here, we would do something like const diagram svg is equal to, oh, and realistically now we just do this. And instead of that, it's mmd and svg. Wait, so that is... Mm, we'll do this and we'll just cast it. Oh, you know what? Hold on. See what I did wrong. There we go. Hold on. What did I break? You see name. Okay. Um... What do we think that error is? Yeah, they don't have a main in there either. Oh, I need type module in there? Okay. All right. So we generated the mermaid file. Okay, cool. This is not quite what we're looking for though, because it's the wrong diagram type. Okay. So I don't want a sequence diagram. I think I do end up wanting a flowchart, right? Hmm. State diagram is what I'm looking for. Okay. All right, so that should have rebuilt, and we should be good here now. We see state diagram. Sweet. Boom. Like a glove. Cool. Okay. That's awesome. All right, let me get more music going. I'm going to go pee, and let's think about our next steps here. Yeah, this thing's coming together a little quicker than I expected. And I'm not even using AI to make it. So yeah, let me go pee, and I'll be right back. Yeah, this is really coming together.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
Okay, so like there's definitely going to be more stuff that we want to do. Right now we're kind of like hard coding that the provider is Anthropic. It's hard coded that it's reading from process.env. We may want to be able to pass in the provider and the API key. Yeah. So here's one thing I'm going to do. We don't have this actually as a GitHub repo. Ooh, we don't have a description for this thing anywhere yet. Oh, we do. We have it over in our CLI definition. Get status. Oh, if I could type. Let's make sure our .env files aren't making it in here. Yeah, that all looks fine. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We're gonna do a get init. All right, there we go. And just in case, let's just make sure the get ignore has env files in there. It does. Sweet. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Y'all enjoying your day? So we'll add everything we got in there. All right, so feature initial commit. With basic functionality. Oh, and I haven't done this part yet. Okay, so I need to generate a key. Do I need to reset that? Responding to the public key. Okay, so I think we're good. Yes, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Yep. All right, so the fingerprint and the random art, I believe, are safe. So it's .ssh, and the file is just config. And then, yeah, pb copy that. That should have been quicker. Oh, I see. All right, and then I go to GitHub. New Mac Mini. Oh, I guess that didn't copy. There we go. And let me do this. Cool. All right, so now that's added. Uh, Hold on. What's the way to configure? Right, so it's defaulting to the HTTPS. How do I force it to use SSH? So git force SSH. Ah, okay, that'll work. That goes in my git config, right? Uh, uh, so I don't want to do it inside of like the .git. Hold on. I just needed to pass the global. That was it. There we go. All right, so we got that configured now. Okay, so let's actually update the README a bit. Oh. That PB copy file, that's funny. That is incorrect. Mermaider parse is actually correct. We don't need Mermaider CLI installed globally. Okay, sure. And yeah, maybe this part just goes into the Mermaider README. What do we think? Should we have just the top level README have both the GitHub action and the CLI tool? Or should the top level just be kind of like lightweight and we just redirect people to those specific README files? I think we redirect them to the specific README files because if we publish the CLI to NPM, it's going to use the README file from that folder, I believe. And same thing goes for the GitHub action. Hold on. We're doing lowercase.md, so keep that consistent. VS Code has this weird bug. Mm. Hmm. All right, so what we'll do is we'll close VS Code and reopen it. There we go. Usage. Can be used in two specific ways. Has a CLI, and what we're going to do here is to see the documentation for the CLI tool, please go to that directory. Okay. And instead of GitHub action, it's just action. Sure. Hmm. And same thing. We'll do a contributing and license. And what up, Run Man? How you doing? All right, let's do this part. All right, let's go look at that over here now. Oh, but I messed something up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what I did wrong. Can't link if there's no text. Hey, there we go. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Very basic still, but I think I'm okay with it. Interesting we don't get any syntax highlighting for that. Okay, and that has that, so that should be good. We haven't fully tested that part yet. Oh, so I feel like that failed. It did. Okay, so that built just fine, but that is failing silently on us. And I probably just want to do a similar fix, or not fix, but test. Okay, so the first one works. The second one fails out because it's not finding anything. So we generate the mermaid from the path. All right, so then, yeah, from this part, We are getting to directory passed in. Okay. Nope. That's the problem. Okay. So I don't want to do dir. I want to do parsed path. Like a glove. Okay. Sweet. I need to get rid of that directory passed in part. We do see all of those. Nice. Which means if we go back up to here, we should see these MMD files. Sweet. All right, so then this is git commit -m fix handle directory properly. Cool. All right, so let's think about what our next steps are. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Y'all having a good day? What do we think the next step really is? So we've got it generating these files, and you can just run that from the CLI, and you can commit it and do your thing. We probably want to start building out the action for it now. And we need to document the fact that you need an Anthropic key as well. And I think the trickier part is testing the action is going to be a bit of effort, but worthwhile. Let's start actually tracking what we need to do. And we'll create a new project. All right, so as far as what we need to build, right? Implement the basic GitHub action. The next thing we want to do is right, add that to docs, allow Anthropic API key to be passed as CLI tool? No, I don't think so, right? We don't want to pass it as an argument. We just want to do it as like Anthropic API key equals whatever, and then or no, then you just pass the command. So that would be part of adding it to the docs. Right, so add support for more AI providers. Yeah, we'll call that part good. So implementing the GitHub action. And let's pour another beverage. And yeah, I mean, I really didn't expect to knock out most of this logic today, right? The action will be more work, but yeah, getting the core logic and the CLI tool knocked out, like we did that pretty quick, didn't we? With only just the smallest amount of Super Maven without having to use some other AI tool to do it. Hold on. So yeah, it looks like the grocery store nearby should be good. I just want to make sure they're still like open by the time we finish up stream here so I can go grab some stuff because they will most likely be closed tomorrow. That's my guess, at least. And yeah, I don't know what I even want to eat for dinner tonight. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to think about it. Definitely gonna have to play some games tonight, though. Do we have anyone that wants to play some games together? I've always got Pillars of Eternity. I'd love to actually finish that game at some point. But yeah, let's continue with implementing this GitHub action. And man, if we can get this thing knocked out, we can move on to Walter. Because I really need to get Walter working because every other software as a service I want to build is going to use Walter. Because I don't want to have to rebuild quota and like quota functionality from scratch for every project. So yeah. And I chatted with someone, they said it didn't seem like a good startup idea, but the fact that I'm going to need to do it for basically every project I want to build, like to me it seems just as like similar in common as auth or managing API keys, and there are definitely startups doing all that stuff. Like the managing API keys thing seems pretty huge to me, right? If that is a startup that people would fund, yeah, why wouldn't quota management be something someone would fund? But yeah, I don't know. Just something to think about. Let's make sure I'm in here. And yeah, man, I love this hoodie. It's just so soft. I can't believe I haven't worn it before. Like, it's just so soft. It's probably the softest hoodie I own. So here's the main thought that I have right now. Because we have the CLI tool, we pretty much just want to proxy inputs to the CLI tool. The one thing that the action is going to do differently compared to the CLI tool is that it's going to manage like committing things, right? Like you'll have an option or an input for whether you want it to commit changes or creating even like the Mermaid and SVG files. So yeah, bare minimum, we need to create these inputs. The inputs are going to be path, I don't think it's going to have any outputs. Node 12 here is crazy. I think that's just out of date. We're going to say runs using node 18 because 16 is deprecated now. The path in glob format to files that you want to generate mermaid diagrams. And that's required. The default, we'll just say // And yeah, what this means here is if the user doesn't pass anything here, then a .mermaider file is required that has the paths that you want to parse. Right, and instead of this, this is whether the action should commit changes. Default is false. The name is then Mermaider. And here, this is generate mermaid diagrams from code. Sure. And I just took notice of the fact that we do the vomit emoji. Right? Like I remember setting it up, but I forgot about it. Right? Because that is the appropriate emoji for YAML, isn't it? We nailed it with that one. So then, yeah, over here in the README, I think we would just. I don't remember if it's Mermaider slash Mermaider or if it's just Mermaider at V1. Right. Okay. So I think I like this so far. And yeah, what we'd end up wanting to do is maybe throw an error. Yeah. So hold on. We go back to our core code here. All right. If is directory file exists, true, false. And then, yeah, what's a good way to do like, I guess it would be like a block quote? Something like, note. Okay. So let's go look at runs here. So we could add. What do you mean? Like, what kind of project? It's gonna be very like project dependent. Normally, when you're building an API, you're using some kind of framework, and the framework determines your file structure anyway. Hell yeah, Akavench. Nice. All right, if you're using Rails, Rails has an opinion about where files should be. If you're using Nest.js or like any larger framework for API development, they already determine how that should be structured anyway. If you're asking that question, you should probably be using a framework like that. So what I'm wondering is like, what's the right way to run a command from a GitHub action, but one that we're bringing in ourselves. What do we think a good example project might be that's doing something like this? Hold on, I might have done it with Geller, right? Nah, so we didn't end up creating a GitHub action. Hmm. Yeah, see, we still have it on our roadmap. Oop. And that's fine, Karai, but you could just take the structure from Laravel and recreate it and go. So no, Alan, what I'm trying to do is have an action that pulls in the CLI and runs that CLI. But how do we make sure that that CLI is installed and all that? Interesting. So that doesn't seem like it's open source. Oh wow, Sentry actually owns this code coverage tool. Interesting. The Node.js website? Fievel, I challenge you to go find it. Yeah, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. The Node.js repo? It's the Node.js repo. Okay. How's it going, Buttermilk? Do you remember which file? The repo of the website. Oh. Oh, wow. The Node.js.org site is using Vercel? Crazy. How's the Mac Mini? It's good. Yeah, if you don't travel with your Mac, then you don't need a MacBook. I am. Yep. So I've used a Mini in the past as well. I had a 2014 Mac Mini that I just recently updated. Like 2014, like 10-year-old Mac Mini, finally upgraded. Yeah, so it just runs like the Lighthouse CI action. So maybe the Lighthouse action is what we're looking for. Aha. So that was actually a good note. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Fievel. Seeing how they do this, we could do similar. So that's where they finally run it. Okay, and they do combined args. They do a spawn sync. Okay, so then run child command. The args we create would be passed in. Okay. So I think the action's going to end up doing like a bunch of that stuff. Hold on, let me look at something here. Okay. Let me get more music going. Right. So I might want to stew on this a bit because inside of an action, like on a PR, we probably only want to do this for things that have changed. So yeah, like the working directory changes, right? Like the stuff that's in the PR, we're gonna have to like read that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I want to sit and stew on this. So we're gonna get the action as like our main thing tomorrow, and right, we're gonna let the background process just kind of think all this stuff up overnight, and we'll come back at it fresh and good tomorrow. Because I don't want to make these decisions just yet, and I'm getting kind of hungry. Like I need to go over to the store and grab some stuff for some dinner stuff for the next couple days, which means I'm probably gonna grab another bottle of whiskey just to make sure. I'm gonna go probably grab some soda, and then yeah, we'll hang out and do some stuff tonight. Nah, I don't do anything special for Thanksgiving. I might pick up some like chicken pot pies or something. You know, nice and easy. And then, yeah, we'll get ready to do some gaming tonight. Advent of Code? No, I never do Advent of Code. I don't find that stuff fun at all. You're looking for a place to order some pernil from for tomorrow. That's about it. What is pernil? I've never even heard of it. Roasted pork? Hmm. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I'd love to learn how to do like a good like beef roast at some point because I want to start making like some like at home French dip type stuff. So yeah, like how do I do a good like roast? I don't know. Probably not going to do that tomorrow or any of that. But yeah, I do want to consider that. So yeah, we're gonna go raid non-codes because we haven't had a chance to raid her for a while. And then yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming Friday. I'm gonna stream all weekend. It'll be pretty good. I'm gonna try and start up somewhat early tomorrow, depending, like 11ish, crack of noon maybe. Everyone over on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I'm gonna stop the YouTube stream at the moment, and yeah, we didn't get nearly as like loosey goosey with the whiskey as we did yesterday, which is a good thing, right? But there's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. So yeah, YouTube. See y'all tomorrow.